Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Thank Godot, it's Friday. Welcome to episode 23 of Party Wipe. We're making Roguelike Deckbuilder in Godot, where you draft your own RPG party. Quiet day. It's a holiday here. I didn't have to work today, which is nice. So, slept in. My body woke me up at 5:45 in the morning. I was like, body, I hate you sometimes. I fell back to sleep until like 9 or something. 8 to 9. Went out, had my breakfast. A nice indulgent holiday breakfast. A little diner nearby that I love. Now I'm back. I'm ready to party wipe. Looks like it's going to be a quiet stream. This was going to be an extra long stream. It might still be. It's going to kind of depend on how I feel and whether anyone tunes in. If you're watching the VODs, hi, Mom. No, I appreciate you if you are watching the VODs. Yeah. Turns out my FTL got way more traction on live streaming, especially on YouTube, than this Roguelike Deckbuilder is doing. But let's see if we can pump that up over time. Maybe with some shorts, YouTube shorts, maybe the occasional edited devlog or something. Probably would have to just be edited down versions of my live streams because I don't see myself filming very much separately. But I don't know. All right, let's switch the radio to our chill radio before the cinematic drop there really kicked in. There we go. All right, so we were in the process of a refactor. We're reloading. I keep forgetting that Godot is just sluggish when it first loads this project. There's a lot of tool scripts. It's for the whole card plugin system. It works better if they're tool scripts, I guess. I don't know. I actually want to look into my card plugin. They have this mechanism, this input mechanism that they call card dragged. They call it dragged. And it's like the card can tell that it's being dragged, and I kind of want to see how they did that. I think the card is the one responsible for that. I kind of want to see how they did that. Because I kind of want to do that. Where do we admit this? Oh, the card game gets the cursor position. The CG singleton. That's interesting. It just gets the global mouse position. That might cause problems for us later on. Right now, it's okay. Current cursor position, cursor down position dot distance to. If drag distance is over some drag threshold and it's not undraggable, rotation is 0, holding is true, dragging offset is center position. CG.current held item is self. Drag started emits self. Okay, so it just does a simple distance check from where the cursor went down. And it defines some drag threshold. Distance in pixels. 10 currently. For the card system. That could be all right. Could be all right. We have to remember that the environment is being rendered at double scale. And we're not doing it with a sub viewport container because the sub viewport container like obliterated our like UI hierarchy. Like we had a hard time with that. Like we couldn't put the environment in a sub viewport container and have it play nicely with the UI elements outside the sub viewport container. Hey, Bad Cop, how's it going? Surviving the blistering heat that I keep hearing about that I don't experience because I think it's like 60 degrees in San Francisco today and gray, cloudy. No fireworks this weekend. Well, there will be fireworks this weekend. No one will see them. People will hear them. No one will see them. You're on fire. Yeah. It sounds bad. Which is maybe appropriate for Bad Cop here. How's it going? We're working on a different game. We're working on like a little card game about little RPG characters and all their equipment and abilities and stuff. Card game in space, not in space anymore. I'm pausing that game for a minute. Trying to make something small. I think this idea seemed small when I started it. It's starting to look medium. It's starting to look medium sized, but should be all right. It's kind of a flip on the usual format where the cards are the nouns and then all the verbiage plays out in this little battle map. We did a big refactor yesterday and a lot of stuff is still not working, so I think that's going to be the focus today. It's a quiet day for sure. So we're just going to chill. How'd the Little Doctor Games jam go? That's over like in like a day or two, right? Isn't it? Is it already over? Did you do that one this time? I'm waiting for Cave Rim 3 or whatever. 4. I don't know which one we're on anymore. All right. How do I want to start doing this? Here we go. So what I kind of want to do is imitate that card drag mechanism. Because I realized I was setting up a whole click to select and then click to move, which is typical for a little tactics game where you like click on the character and and they're selected and now you're in a selected mode and now you can like do something else, like you can move or act or whatever. And I do ultimately want to have that kind of input system. I also want to have that for the cards. So you can just click on the card and then confirm. It's like click once to select or move and then click once to maybe confirm or something like that. I want to do that kind of single click selectable thing. But I also want to do a click drag because that's how the cards work. And so I kind of want the battle map to work that way too, where you click and drag to do things. I do want to add a click to select, so I could just click on the knight card and it would like pop up out of the hand partly and maybe get an outline around it or something. So you can like submit that card and then maybe this button changes to like confirm or something like that. It changes from end turn to confirm. Because I know there's a lot of people who will want that control scheme, especially people who are maybe using keyboard only or controller. They would probably want a select move kind of system. Is what I'm going to call it. And then I also want this drag mode because that's kind of also intuitively a way to do things. And I think that works neatly with our card token things that we can do on the board, which are broken right now, but we're going to work on that today. Just a matter of hooking things back up. Oh, excuse me. And I think that's really pretty easy to distinguish because we can just have our input handler listen for, well, the click drag thing with the cards. The card input is going to be a slightly different process. But it makes sense to do if you click and let go, that's a select. If your cursor is still on the same thing that you click down on. So you click down and then you let up. And if you're on the same thing, that's just would be considered a select. That doesn't totally work for cards, but that should be fine. So if I do doot doot and I don't start a drag, like if I just click on the knight, now it's selected. If I click and then drag and drop for the card, then that's a different process. And we should be able to distinguish between the two. Hey, Lost Sleep, how's it going? Thank Godot, it's Friday. Quiet day today so far. I know we just started. This might be a long one. Might be a long stream today. My energy level, holds. He says as lethargically as possible. I didn't do any work after the... well, I did work, but I didn't do any game dev last night. I watched my show, ate my dinner, and then did nothing. I did play some Into the Breach on Steam Deck because I wanted to refresh myself on how their controls work. I want to play Into the Breach on my desktop maybe today and see the difference in how their control scheme works across the different formats. Because it's nice because I can look at touch, controller, and cursor all at the same time. Technically, I can do all of that from the Steam Deck, but it's a little awkward. I'm interested to see if they treat a desktop play differently. Man, I don't think I've played Into the Breach on desktop since it came out. Certainly not since I've had a Steam Deck. Alright, we have a couple options for what we do now. You just took the dog for a walk. Not thrilled about the humidity. I wouldn't be thrilled about the humidity either. Do. I was thinking about routing the input through an input handler initially. Like running the input into a handler and then cascading that back down. I'm thinking about doing something else now, which would be using the input handler more as like the thing that it gets the input eventually and it stores it in a queue or whatever, and it like is the one that tracks things like we need for undo redo or something. I'm thinking about doing it that way. So that it's not so much the initial mover of things, but more of like a record keeper for if we need to replay something, like we need to undo some moves and then redo them or whatever. And making custom actions you can dispatch, or I don't know. We need a command kind of pattern, kind of input queue thing, just so that we can. Well, we either need to store the inputs and replay them, or we can store and replay the outputs. Either one is acceptable. For this game, I think I'm more tempted to just store the outputs than the inputs. In which case, calling it an input manager is rather silly, and we might not actually do it that way. It's just a question of how much we want to defer to that thing. I think this is going to be tough. I don't think we can do it the way I'm describing because of how separate the card handling process is. The card handling process is really its own thing, and it's handled by the plugin, and I can't really centralize it. So maybe we don't want an input manager. Maybe we want more of like a record keeper kind of thing that can... like an action manager or something. Action's maybe the wrong word. More of just something that is going to help us hook up the undo redo system later. For every effect, then do you need to specify how to reverse the effect? You either need to specify how to reverse the effect, or you need to store the prior state. Those are your options. Oh, by glob. Hide the code. Raid alert. Sorcery story. Coming in with a party of 29. Lovely sorcelators. How is it going? Happy Friday.
Maximum
warp. Smooth in a second. How did I know? How did I know that was going to happen? How are you doing? How's the stream been? I've occasionally gotten to peek in and see all the incredible new art that you've been putting into your game in place of the OG Kenny assets I think you were using before. It's looking good. Things are going good around here. We're trying something different. For the last month, we've been working on a very small game that we're trying to put out, you know, as opposed to my 6 to 8 year dream game project that we were only like a couple years into. Hey, Nix, thanks for the hydrate. Emax Power User, hello. Welcome to Party Wipe, a roguelike deck builder where you draft an RPG party. So we're kind of flipping the formula on its head a little bit. We're in the middle of a kind of a refactor, so things are kind of broken. All I can do is show the UI and some cards at the moment. But the idea is you've got characters like your knight, and then you've got equipment like these swords or spears, gauntlets. And so the cards are more the things, and it's about keeping a presence on the board at all times, not party wiping, and playing out these encounters and fights in like a little turn-based arena like here. A little, you know, Into the Breach style kind of little turn-based battle map. And it's going to be, we'll see, it's a genre mashup, and we will hopefully soon see if it's any good. We've got a lot of the card stuff sorted out, but again, I broke most of the inputs and outputs here, so I can't really do much except just kind of show you cards right now. The idea is that you can level up the cards by playing more of them. So if you play your knight card onto your knight card, you might level up the knight card. And so you're swapping out 2 level 1 knight cards for 1 level 2 knight card and thinning your deck and increasing the power of your characters and equipment and abilities. Basically, all the nouns are cards. And then the verbs play out on this little map. And we'll see. We'll see. Love the aesthetic. Thanks. The aesthetic is about all we've established. We're still sorting out a lot of the... Part of the reason we're doing this refactor is it was getting unmanageable to handle the connections between the two sides of the game. So we're kind of rethinking a little bit of that connective tissue. So for the moment, Spaceship Project is shelved. It's on pause. It's all still good. I'll come back to it someday. Hey, Reef Citizen, that's nice looking. Reminds you of Loop Hero. Loop Hero's I should look at Loop Hero a little more. I played it back when it came out. I liked it. Should go back to it. Yeah, I can't take credit for a lot of the art. I did the UI, but like the font is not mine. The sprites are all from a sprite pack we've been using. It's been really nice to get up and running. That's definitely a, you know, something I took out of Sorcery's playbook here. I don't intend to replace the art with my own art, though, because I think that would double or triple the production time of the game. Looking neat. Thanks. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. ID. Id. Nix, are you going to make it so that the cards are 50% hidden downwards when the user hovers over the bottom, middle, 25% of the screen, then you bring them up? Maybe. That's not a bad idea, actually. Because we're encroaching a little bit onto the map. And I want to be able to use the boundaries of the battle space a little more for things. We talked about having like a reinforcement mechanic where characters can like come through the doors or gaps at the edge of the arena. Kind of the way the Vec come up from the ground. And also, if I'm like in the middle of a battle and I deploy a knight, it's like, where does the knight go? It would make sense if they can deploy into a doorway, and then on a new round, they get shuffled into the initiative. Or they go first. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to see. It's a good idea to save on screen space, Nix. What I think we're going to at least do is when you select a card, I think it's going to pop up out of your hand a little bit. But yeah, I like your idea of moving the cursor down around the card area and then bringing the whole hand up a little bit. I like that idea. We might implement that. Discard pile is like the thing most in our way right now. I have to think about what I want to do with that. All right, so the thing we kind of need to do is we need to rehook up our signaling so that we can actually start placing things on the map again. That would be a good start. We were talking about having some kind of input handler, but I think I did just talk myself out of it. Mainly because input is coming from different places, and like I can't centralize it because of the card handling mechanics in our card plugin, because we are using plugins for this project. We were using assets, we were using plugins, we were being rather ruthless. Hey, Nix, on the 7 stream streak, you're saying it would be cool to see like a card throwing animation, depending on how quickly you can flick the card towards a door. They get a specific amount of time that they take to go through the door that you hit. That's a fun idea. We're not going to do that. That's a fun idea. I'm not going to do any kind of quick time thing, like a Sea of Stars, like quick time kind of thing. Like the Gears of War reload timer. That's a good idea, though. It's kind of neat. I think there's another kind of game where that would be neat. You could stay longer. No worries. Have a good weekend. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. We'll probably be going long today. I think this is going to be a long stream. It's a holiday out here, and I didn't work today, so I don't have much of an excuse. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a lot of... because we were talking about supporting different kinds of input, so I don't want to force people to do the card drag. I don't want to force people to drag their card in the same way that I don't want to force people to, like, click drag their units around the map. I want to be able to support the click to select, then click to confirm thing, where it's like... It's the difference between doing click to select and then click to do something. That's different than click and hold and then release when you're done doing the thing. So like I want to support both input paradigms, which is a little tricky. But I think it means we can't do like little input tricks like that because it wouldn't work universally. I am favoring like touch or single button click kind of stuff. Partly because I'd like to be able to play this on my phone. Just for me, not for like, publishing reasons. But yeah, we could probably move the map down a little bit if we also move the hand down a little bit. It's a good idea. Kind of want to try implementing that now. The preview hand has a definite size, doesn't it? No, it expands to fit. Okay. It's a pretty good idea. What's the size though? Is it like 400? By like... Well, I specify the hand shape. Let's look at the shape. Arc radius. card spacing. The maximum distance between cards. The radius of the circle used to create the arc. No. This doesn't really specify how big the hand overall becomes. And also, what are your sizing things you fill? Okay. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. So how tall are the cards? They're 112, right? So let's say like 120 or something. Oh, let's say 112. It's a good idea. Okay, that's a little too big. Let's say like 360 or something. That's also too big. 300. I guess I should figure out what the distance here is. So this is 9 by 16. Take it easy. Nix, you worked over 33 hours in the last 3 days. Yeah, you go rest. That sounds disgusting. Even though I think that's basically what I do every day. I don't get... It's not a competition. But yeah, I try to work 1 hour on game dev for pretty much every hour I do in my day job, which is a struggle. It's a struggle. I feel you. I feel the fatigue. I slept for like, I think 9 or 10 hours today, overnight, you know. I needed that. So go rest. You'll be back at it soon, no doubt. Okay, so it's 144, but it's times 2. So it's 288. Let's try that. 288. There we go. Can't tell if this is aligned. Let's do this. We'll align it like this. This is how you do this. And then you just look at, and you just watch the moving evaluator thing. Okay, so if we do that, is there a fixed sizing that we can say? I don't want to shrink. I just want to like keep it at this. Okay, let's see what that did. It moved the cards down, moved the whole hand down. It's rather low. Probably want even lower. What if we increased this? What does that do? Does it center the cards? It does. It tries to center the cards. Very good. We need to create an area that we can like move the... So this might be okay as like the cards are out of our face thing. You can still read them. And then we mouse down here. And the thing will pop up maybe. Maybe. You know I don't know what to do next when I just implement like a random idea like this. But no, I like it. I think this is interesting. What we need to do is we need to know when... Yeah, we need to know when the mouse has entered. Should it be focus entered or mouse entered? Probably both. But let's do this version first. Hey, David. Yes, you are. How's it going? Happy Friday. All right, so all we're doing here is we're just gonna have like a new here. Let's say specify at export variable. We'll call this hand offset. I don't know why I would we'll say y just so we don't have to specify a vector. And we'll say on do I need to record the original? Yes, because I need to be able to know. I need to know how we get back there. So we can say at onReady variable default position to vector 2. Equals global equals self dot global position. We'll probably just do this with like a tween variable offset tween. That's nullable, yeah? Yeah, it is. It's ref counted. All right, on mouse entered. We'll say offset tween equals get tree dot create tween. And then we'll say offset tween dot what do we want to do? Tween property. Self property is going to be global position. Final value is going to be default position plus vector 2i dot up times and offset y vector 2 dot up, and then duration, I don't know, 1 second. And then on mouse exited or on handle dragged card. I think we also want to do this on handle drag card. Let's do it here first. So we'll say offset tween. I need to kill the tween. Kill offset tween dot kill. Well, we'll say if offset tween. Kill it, and then we'll set, make another one. Except we're just going to return to the default position. That should be fine. Let's see if that works. Or more specifically, let's see if we hate it. What? What in the absolute? Vector 2, self.global position. Oh, I would need to set the Y. I need to set the offset. Duh. Call it minus 40, I think. Just to see. Why did it drift? I don't like that. I might store these as vector 2i's. Oh, so many errors. What are your errors? Type mismatch. Started with no tweeners. Oh, I would need to create the tween again. Duh. I am doing that. I thought I was doing that. Offset tween equals get tree dot create tween. If offset tween. Where is this? Well, there's a type mismatch. That's fine. Vector 2. Whatever. We'll store it. Store it like this. Hey, Puffy. Is the game coming along? It's going all right. It's going all right. Okay, why is it just... Oh, does this count as an exit? If we're over a card, that is unfortunate. Also, 1 second is way too long. Yeah, look, it doesn't trigger if we're over a card. Well, that might be death to that idea. Unless we do something really obscure and weird. Well, this says 1 second. You tell the engine that it's not 1 second. Can't parent them. They're part of the same thing. So the only real problem is that this seems to count as a mouse exit. If it didn't count as a mouse exit, we really wouldn't care. Our option is to put something here. Put something inside this thing that detects this stuff. Probably just put an area. Gonna cause problems. Weird to put this here like this, though. We'll just try this, see if this works. So we'll just disconnect this thing's own signal here. I could do this with a control node, I guess. Let's do that. Just do it with an empty control node, I think. This might work. It might not. It actually probably won't work because of the way cards work. But again, we'll see. We'll just see. I'm not going to even bother naming this thing. The only thing that would definitively work is if I put this in an even higher UI layer. Where the heck did I connect this to? Oh my god. Such a fool. How about just checking the mouse position Y instead of tracking hover? Yeah, but then I also need to check the mouse position X. Yeah, I could do that. I'd rather do it only if, you know, there is a card hand there, which is why I'd like to have it be, you know, based off of that. Oh, I need to set some more stuff up in the control. Layout. Transform, inherited, position, anchors, full rect. Maybe put a trigger box there. It has to do with the height. See, this still doesn't work. Because the cards. It's because of the cards. The cards are higher up. So yeah, the only way to do that is to add another canvas layer, which we can do. I'm going to start numbering them because this is getting ridiculous. Hand area, I guess. Not do that. Do center bottom. We will set you by manually 288 by, I think I said 144. And we'll see what your offset is. So this I could go back. We could undo this stuff that I did here. Center bottom. I think I said minus something. Actually, no, it does need to be set like this. 176 and 304. Try that. 176. How about checking if the hand's bounding box is the cursor point? The problem is we're using mouse entered. And so the control is just gonna get eaten by the card. Unless we put it definitively above. Now we need to... Actually, did you maintain your signals? Wow, look at you. This is dumb, but this might work. Or it might not work at all. Let's see, did I not actually finish setting this up? No, I did. You need to pass the input for sure. It didn't work. You follow Bracky's videos and learn some stuff, Fuffy? Nice, nice. I'm gonna look at this in the remote tree. I think it's being resized because it's empty. I think I need to give it a minimum size. No, it's there. Probably want to move it up though. Like here. I can move it up a little more. Oh, oh. Yeah, the cards are even fighting with this thing. That's wild. Where the... Yeah. I wonder if the hand gets focus if one of its cards get focus. Because if that's true, we might actually be able to do it this way. Oh, wait. Self, unmouse centered. No, that's correct. Position default plus offset position. Yeah, that's tough. It's a tough one. One of the things about, you know, doing things like relying heavily on plugins, you don't get to choose the architecture you're working around. I mean, you do because you choose whether to use the plugin or not. But once you've made that choice, you start compromising. Just see if this works from a card selection standpoint. It seems to not. Although what you could do, there's some stuff we could do here. When a card enters its hand, we could hook up some stuff. It still doesn't totally fix things for us, but it could work. I do like the idea. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But I might not have a choice. Yeah, I don't think we have a choice. The card thing I suggested could work, but that still doesn't help us because we'll still be fighting the mouse entered, mouse exited thing. So yeah. We need to do something different if we actually want to implement that. This is like very much a side quest, but I think it's a good idea. That still doesn't work though. Totally. Because I want to support focused stuff, and that also doesn't work for touch. This idea of moving the cards up does not work for touch either. And it doesn't really work for like D-pad or keyboard navigation because that's all based on focus mode. So yeah, I think we're gonna give up on this for now. It was a good idea. I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth fighting over. I do think I might just leave the hand down at that height, though. And then have the card pop up. Because what we can do is we can have the card pop up when the card is selected. I think this is too low, though. You need to be able to see a little of the pictures. So what do you look like in terms of size? So you're like this. Okay. probably go back to about here-ish. Maybe I reduce the arc a little bit. Oops. This might be an okay compromise. Maybe hover will pop the card up. Because I can do stuff based on the mouse being on the card. I just can't do stuff based on the mouse being on the hand area. Let's work on that. Why not? Yeah, popping up on hover, and then probably I want to add a selection outline for when you click on it. So there's an example of how to do that, I think, in the card plugins. The card plugin here we're using. I don't remember if it's the Balatro one. I think it's the Balatro one, but I think it's for... So it does stuff on... It does an animation on hover, which is pretty easy to do. And it also does this on select. So we really just want to do this on hover, the up part. And this is what I was talking. This is what I'm talking about in terms of like submitting cards. I don't know if I'll let you submit more than one, but so you could submit this card and then click on the thing you wanted to submit it to. And like I think that's the other. There's like two. There's at least two primary input paradigms. One is click and drag, and the other is click to select. And it's the difference between down, over, lift, and down, lift, over, down, lift. Look at how they do this. I think they do it on select. So is that in the... Let's look at the scripts that are modifying this. Balatro hand. I think the Balatro hand is the one controlling this. Let's go find the Balatro hand. There we go. Interesting that it's a tool script. Card.position offset used to add custom offsets and containers. Selected bump in hand. Well, that's easy. Arrange. What does arrange do? Recomputes the layout and tweens all cards to their positions. Ah, so good. This plugin is so good. I don't know why I do anything except just work around the plugin. It's because I don't have like an incredible... I don't have like encyclopedic knowledge about how the plugin works, and that's probably to my detriment. So all we need to do... Are you told when a card is... You're told when a card is dragged, but I created that. How do you know if a card is hovered or selected? I guess we look at card. Card. Sent something to me on off topic. Okay. And into ads. We'll see. We'll see if it's something worth looking at here on stream here. Okay. What do you have here? You've added some kind of custom, I don't know what you call that, the scrub? The scrubber? You have this like custom video scrubber. That's kind of neat. Is that like a... like an extension? It's interesting. That's funny. All right, we're heading into ads. Hold on to your ads, everybody. Card hovered, card unhovered. Yep. Okay, so all we really need to do is hook up to this signal when the card joins the hand, and then disconnect the signal when the card leaves the hand, which is surprisingly easy to do, even though I haven't done it yet. That I was aware we could do. I don't know why I do click and drag from the hand like this. I should just do it from the card. Is that actually how I manage it here? How do we do a handle card drag? Oh, the hand has some stuff. Maybe we can just use this. Let's see what this has. This might actually know when a card is hovered. Handle. Okay, so I can only handle when the card has been clicked or dragged out of the gate. If I want to do the hovered thing, I have to do it a little myself. That's fine. Okay, let's do that. So, can I handle when a card has been added? That's what I want to do. Kind of weird if they don't have a... Connect card signals. This is just for focus. I guess focus is good. There doesn't seem to be a hook for me to use for that particularly. Maybe the card has a hook? No, that would involve me overwriting all the cards. I don't want to do that. All right, how are we going to do this? I want to do this on hover. It shouldn't be that hard. Okay, for game-specific behavior, selection, validation, multi-drag, extend to this class and override handle card added. Handle card removed. Oh, I am already overwriting, or I'm already extending this card hand. So this is what I can do. Handle card added, handle card removed, or handle clicked card. I think I can handle a dragged card as well. Okay, so there are some more overwritable callbacks in here. Well, I think it's a little more dangerous than what we're doing here, but maybe not. Maybe this is fine. Oh, is that that might be a card container override? Yes. Okay. I was like, why can't I see this? These are all of the ones available to us. These are great. There's all these callbacks that happen at the end of an action that I can safely override. So we could connect card signals, which is what we want to do. Override to connect custom signals when a card is registered. This is exactly what we're going to do. Registered and unregistered. That's when a card joins the container, I think. You can also have state restoration. So we'd say handle card called after a card is registered, called after a card is unregistered. Override to connect signals when a card is registered. Override to disconnect signals. So using one or the other, these are equivalent, I think. They're just, it would just be for clarity of intent for me to use one or the other. I'm going to look at the cards added thing. See where these hookups are. Actually, I guess I could search them, huh? Connect card signals. Raw register. Nope. Register card. Connect card signals. Card. Registers a card in internal state. Handle card added. Okay, so it's both. So connect card signals. Handle card added. Handle card added. We know the index. Okay, so that's not what we need. Let's just do it this. Let's do it with this. This should be good. This should be nice. We're going to implement this idea. And we can do a handled clicked card thing here too. So we do have a hook to implement. In fact, I could do this now, huh? Say handle clicked card signal card clicked card. And then now we can handle, what was it called? It was like connected on connected card signals, maybe what it was called. Or handle connected. Connect card signals, that's what it's called. Okay. Disconnect card signals, okay. So appreciative of the creator of this plugin. This plugin is so good. Doesn't look like the plugin's getting updated though, so this project may never see the light of Godot 4.7, which is fine. Okay, this is awesome. So down here we'll have func on card hovered card on card unhovered, is that what it's called? Turn me into a spinning cube, that's fun. You're having too much fun with your CSS over there. Let's look at the card. Yeah, unhovered. Okay, so we want to connect the cards hovered to this. Oh. Wait a second. Why doesn't this send me the card? Oh, I could just bind. I could bind the source to it. That's not a problem. I don't know why it doesn't do that, but okay. Card dot card hovered dot connect card hovered. Where do I put the bind? Dot bind? I never remembered where we put the bind. Dot bind. Here we go. Card. Card dot card unhovered dot connect. Card unhovered dot bind card. Signals are annoying, but man, they are good. Card hovered. Disconnect. I much prefer to use things like signals than something that's listening to something every frame. I hate that so much. We're doing it in exactly one place right now, which is the tile map layer stuff, but I would love to move away from that as well. And the input handler was an attempt to do that, or my idea for the input handler, which I guess I'll call an input manager because that's kind of consistent with everything else we're doing. All right, this might actually work. Print. Hovered. Print. Unhovered. Slight problem. Probably okay. The overlapping is a little tricky. It seems to read it correctly. I seem to get a hovered and an unhovered either at the same frame or one frame after. So I think it's okay. I'm curious if this is happening at the same time or not. We're going to say time.get ticks. Which one's smaller, MSEC or USEC? I think MSEC is smaller. Microseconds. Okay, no. MSEC is bigger. We want bigger, not smaller. I just want to see if this is happening on the same frame. I don't really know how to do that except to check the time, the frame time. (2918, 2925, 2925). Okay, so it's actually happening. It's happening shortly after. That's okay, actually. I think we can work with this. I'm going to say card dot offset, position offset equals, what do they do here? Okay, we set the whole vector. It's vector 2. Okay, that's fine. At least we're not tweening anything or whatever. I mean, I think a range is doing that. I think the card is doing that under the hood, but at least we don't have to manage it. -40. A range. Hey, Rhiannon, how's it going? Happy Friday. Hey, that's not half bad. It's too much, but it's not half bad. That's a reasonable compromise. It's not quite moving the whole hand up, but that's fine. Maybe you don't want to move the whole hand up. That's too much, though, is what it is. Let's try 30. Going pretty good. You're working on refactoring. You lost track of time. Those are the same thing. Refactoring and losing track of time are the same thing. It's a little, I would say it's slightly too low, if not exactly perfect. Let's try 32, because that's nice. That's a good number. Looks good. Thanks. Thanks, LSG. You two are like the pink patrons of the channel. You always have the pink username color. And your names, usernames are like basically the same length. Takes my brain about a second and a half to be able to disambiguate your messages. Which is sometimes too long. But yeah, this looks good. This is good because now we can see this, so we can use this area for like doors and stuff. This is still an issue, the turn order thing. It's a little it's crowding the space a little. But it's fine because we don't actually need all, we actually, this is like the helper text for it. So in practice, it won't expand. It's still a little in the way though. We'll have to see. I know I could change the ratio of the UI and I could make the UI much smaller and give a lot more breathing room to the battle map. I don't want to though. I don't want to. 32 is maybe too much. Maybe not though. I think it's good. I might move the whole hand down a little bit more. That's maybe what I'll do instead. $420. That's what it currently is at. That's too low. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, you know what it's not doing anymore for some reason? It's not sorting it in front of the others. Why? For UI, you like Duplo over Lego scale-wise? Yeah. Oh, now we're not doing anything. That's concerning. Yeah, why is this not occurring anymore? Oh, are we eating a signal? Maybe? I think we're eating a signal. I think I need to change this. This happened to me before. I think we're overwriting a signal that the card thing uses, and that's causing a problem. Let me see if that's true. Card hovered. Well, it's not here, but is it part of the container? No. Yeah, there shouldn't be a conflict here. No, it doesn't seem like it. We're doing something. We're doing something and it's causing a problem. I'm somewhat convinced that we're interfering with the card's natural reordering process. There's no need for super. We've caused some effect, and I actually don't know if I can repair it without undoing quite a bit here, but if we... I shouldn't need to super this, but I can try. It's possible. Okay, yep, that was it. Super. It's not that we were eating we'd be eating. I ran into this issue before. It's not that we were eating the signal. It's that we were overwriting a function with our on whatever signal responding function, whatever you want to call it. Whatever function you trigger from the signal was overwriting something. But hey, we're doing it. We're doing the thing. I actually think we can actually have the hand this far down. I actually think this is okay. I might even move it down a little more. I'm gonna move it down another breath, a hair's breadth. A hair's breadth? I think that's one of those things that's like often misquoted. Was that up or down? That was up. No, super is good. Super is good. All right, I think this will do. How does a card know it's being dropped? I have questions. I want to do more of this stuff. Emitted when drag completes. How do you know? How do you know that, though? On button up. Oh, shit. We might be able to get rid of the concept of the playmat. I don't know why the playmat exists. What is the card mat for? Simple panel that detects when cards are dropped on it. I can detect when the card is dropped. And I can do that without the use of a panel, a mat. Because this playmat is fucking with our UI hierarchy. Specifically, it's preventing us from doing neat things with dropping stuff directly on characters or tiles. Thinking of dropping cards directly on the field? Yeah, I'm thinking of handling a card drop directly from the card instead of from this playmat. I understand the point of having a playmat. I understand the point of it. The problem for us is that our playmat occupies the entire screen. So it might as well not exist. And the reason we don't use it more granularly is it has this problem where if I layer playmats on top of each other, they all fire. So originally, our attempt to do like a bottom-up signaling system for like dropping cards, I wanted to do like a hierarchy of playmats, but the problem is all of the playmats fire when you drop a card, which is not that weird of a problem. That problem, you can see that same problem occur with like Node 2D stuff. That's not that crazy. I think it's a consequence of the plugin, though. I think the plugin could have been made a different way where that doesn't occur. But I could work around it by not using playmats. That's kind of genius. I just need to do more signal connecting and disconnecting. I need to do more management of that. But that could be cool, because then we could drop cards directly onto, like, units and not be tracking movement, like, frame by frame. I think we'll still end up tracking some movement frame by frame, but that's mostly for, like, cursor stuff about, like, highlighting squares and things. Yeah. You could detect when dropping on an occupied tile, so you could upgrade units directly. That's what I'm thinking of doing. Yes. We could still use the playmat in a more localized sense. We could still use it if we're trying to track an area that's greater than one tile, or tracking an area that doesn't have a tile on it. It opens up the possibility of providing players with the option of dropping cards directly onto roster tabs instead of having to play them onto the environment. I want to let you play it onto the environment, but I would also like for you to be able to play it onto the UI. I think. This is one of those things with, like, game UI. You have to cover every conceivable use case. Because for you, you're, like, thinking of there's, like, 6 different ways you could do something, but to a player, they only think of one. Player is like, this is how I want to do my action. If the game doesn't recognize that flow, I'll just be like, the game is broken and it doesn't work and it's unintuitive and I don't want to play it anymore. So it's like understanding the player's UI use case is one of the most, like, annoying and significant areas of focus. We could also do Matt unhovered, Matt hovered, and Matt unhovered. Like, I see what the playmat is for. I see how it would be useful, but I also think we could get away with not using it. I think that would be pretty neat for us. I think we're going to try it. I don't think I actually have any signals hooked up right now. I do not. The only benefit we get from the playmat is the card entered and card exited. But we're not actually using that benefit. Because, again, we just have one playmat that covers the whole screen. I kind of want to get rid of it. And see. Actually, we can leave it and just not use it, I think. We could leave it for now and then just not use it at all. Let's get rid of it. It's not doing anything. We can add it back if we decide later. Okay, that's neat. That's an interesting thing. So how are we going to do this instead? We could let people play directly onto some of this stuff. But how would we do that? Would simplify things. How about equipment? Maybe a playmat next to each unit that comes up when you select an equip card. I would want... So the thing that I haven't been able to achieve, but that I would kind of like, is I would like you to be able to click and drag a card over the roster tab for a character and have that open the character sheet. And probably, like, show the drop. I would like you to be able to drag your card over to the UI and drop the card there instead of having to drop it in the map. And we could totally do that. Let me look at the roster tab. So it would be utilizing this this button. So what happens? So this is a usable button. What happens if I click first and then move over? Yeah. So we could use the hover state. Do we know when we hover? That's probably mouse entered, mouse exited. Yeah, I would love that. I would love for you to be able to play directly onto the UI. In addition to being able to play on the map. Because again, that's another flow that players would expect and that I need to support. Yeah, both options is good. Having a process that can handle both options without significant issues is also good. I'm glad we took a moment to step back and look at how this would work. Because, yeah, what it should do is it should pop open the character sheet. All right, I think I see what I'm going to use the input manager for. The input manager is going to keep track of this stuff. To an extent. So that if a button gets moused over, you can ask the input manager, you can be like, I guess it can't just be moused over. We're also going to need a focus enter. We'll use a focus workflow as well for people that want to play with, you know, joystick or it'd be more like D-pad and keyboard. I'm not going to start with that because I think the primary input I'm interested in is mouse and touch. But I do want to provide a focus mode way of doing it. That's a little more advanced. But if we do this right, we should be able to add in a focus mode. A focus mode for that. Input manager. Extends node. So variable. Card dragged. Card. Variable. Card dropped. Card. I think I want to capture it like this. And you'd have like a funk of like... So this is a global, which will be nice. It would be nice to be able to inquire what card is being dragged without having to like have signal insanity of like everyone listens to this signal. I'd rather have one person listen to the signal and then other nodes interpret what's happening to them with some of this information from on high here. So let's see about setting that up. How would we want to set that up? So there's 3 sets that would be interested in this. The opposition manager, I don't think really will care, except if you're in a shop. Because none of our cards have like effects on the board. They're all things. They're all characters, abilities, equipment that you put on a character and then use. So we constrain whether you can use it through the action economy rather than like the card economy. So you won't normally play a card onto an enemy because there isn't really anything that your card would do to an enemy. There's maybe exceptions, like there's like maybe someday there are some exceptions, but for now I don't foresee anything except for the case that you're in like a shop and you want to sell a card or something. In which case we can utilize that UI to do that. So the three people, quote unquote, the 3 nodes that are interested in this, in card movement, would be the party manager, the opposition manager, and the environment manager. Pretty much in this order. So they can all listen. Well, they won't listen. What we would do here is in the player hand, on handle card dragged, I think we're gonna hide handle clicked card. I'm not ready to implement that flow. This is good. This is gonna be good. I don't know if I love the skeleton thing. I kind of want it to be like a dragon or something. Whatever, who cares? We're not going to talk about editor icons anymore. Yeah, so on card hovered, handle card dragged is what we're really interested in. You can emit the card dragged. Actually, all we really need to do is connect our autoloader. We can do that here. Let's say func ready void. We can say card dragged dot connect, and we will say input manager dot on card dragged. That should be fine. We just need to make an on card dragged. And then on card dropped. Well, I actually don't know if this will be a... Let's not worry about card dropped for a second here. I don't know how I'm going to do the flow for that yet. This is easy. So I think the input manager is going to be involved in undo redo because it's not just about returning card states or returning board state. We also have to handle card movement. So we actually need to know where cards go. We need to know where the card came from and where it goes. We can intuit sometimes where the card has come from. If not always. The card pretty much will always go to the player's hand. Or come from the player's hand, because that's the only place you can play cards from. So you can imagine a world in which we're able to undo a card action and return a card to your hand. And that might also undo things happening on the board. It's going to be a little tricky if, you know, we delete things. But we can manage that to an extent. We can rather than delete things when stuff occurs, we can put stuff into a kind of waiting area for when a turn ends, and then we can handle, because turns are going to be points of no return. Huh. No pun. So we might need to hold on to stuff for a while, at least until the turn is resolved. Oh. So maybe we think of a turn as just a preview, or all the actions that take place in a turn while they're being displayed. Maybe we think of that as a kind of preview. And then we commit it only when the on-end turn state has happened. When we've clicked end turn and actually committed the end of the turn. That is a good idea. I think we can work with that. This week has really been a one step back. Hopefully as a lead up to 2 steps forward. It's really felt like a bit of a slog. Rethinking some of our architecture and setting ourselves up to really be able to enter production on this game. We're still working out how things are, which is a very pre-production kind of thing to do. Okay, so we have a card dragged. The only person currently interested in this is this, but can I actually connect this to an auto load? No, I can't. I can only connect it within its scene. That makes sense. I wonder what it means to connect a signal as a one-shot. Does that like disconnect the signal when the signal has been made? Is that what it means? For a signal to have a one-shot? Like, what are the flags involved here? Connect flags. Deferred. One-shot. One-shot connections disconnect themselves after a mission. Ooh, that's good. Oh, persistent connections might matter. So these are enum flags, so I can have more than one of these, which is neat. Interesting, I can connect multiple times. Connect append source object. Source object is automatically appended after the original arguments of the signal, regardless. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. Okay, we can use this for some fun stuff. Because, yeah, the cards are going to want a lot of one-shot signal connections. So hovered is not one of those, but something like, I don't know, I could think of examples. Like if a card has been dragged, anyone listening for that card drag is only really listening, if they're listening to the card, they're only listening for one frame or for one time. So maybe the input manager should be the one listening for that then. That makes sense. Okay, I didn't see the role for the input manager, but now I think I do. Okay, what is the card's signals? So on button up, drag ended. So we're interested in this. We're interested in drag ended. Emitted when flip is called. Interesting. Move completed. Ooh. Oh, that's not that useful. All right, yeah, I think what we want to do is we want to connect a one-shot for drag ended. do that. And then we'll let the input manager... Well... There's a couple things we could do here. So I think there's a problem. I'm tempted to put playmats everywhere. The trick is though they can't overlap. And I think that would be a problem. So I don't think we can do that. They can't overlap because of something about the way that they detect card drops. Prevents the normal UI layering thing that would let you consume input and prevent it from propagating up. Something about the way the card mats were written prevents that, and that's somebody else's plugin, and I don't want to dig into that. I'm just going to work around it. We'll work around it. I hope everyone's having a good Friday here. I'm kind of locked in. But I'm also kind of lethargic. So I think we're doing good work, but a little slow. A little slowly. So player hand is listening. Player hand connects its card dragged signal. We can also do this with card clicked, and that is going to be good, but we're not going to do it now. So we'll emit our card dragged. We'll clear the card preview. I don't know why you're in charge of this, but maybe input manager should be in charge of this instead of just having everyone do this. Well, you actually don't know how to get to these, so maybe not. Okay, anyway, what we care about for now is just handling dragged card. Handle dragged card. That signals to the input manager. Then now what we want to do is we want to connect a one-shot. We want to connect a one-shot signal. If it fails, we need to return the card back to the hand and pretend like that didn't happen. We can say card dragged equals card. That's assuming someone needs to know, but we'll just do that for now. And then what we want to do is we want to say card.dragEnded.connect on ended. Okay, I see how to do this. This is going to be awesome. So for now, what let's do is let's just return it to the hand. If it fails. So you actually need to So how are we going to know about this stuff? Let's say this. Can I say player hand is a player hand? Should this just be should the thing register to this rather than, I don't like this whole thing, or I would need to say something like, I would need to like get the main manager, the game manager, then get its child, the run manager, then get its child, the preview hand. Let's just have the player hand register itself. So we'll connect our signal. Well, we'll register ourselves first. We'll say input manager. Actually, let's do it this way. Well, I could do it as a function. Now let's just do it like this. This is easier. Player hand. I was like, oh, I could have a registration function in the input manager. It's like the ready function already is that. Just in the player hand, because the player hand would know what it needs to do to register itself. There's no reason to put that. There's no reason to put that somewhere else. That doesn't help. But yeah, we'll register ourselves and connect our signals. I did the same thing with the card manager. The card manager is an auto load. That was kind of annoying to do because of the way it stores the card catalog, which is actually, I should rename that card catalog instead of card pool. Card pool is a different concept I want to use somewhere else. But let's not worry about that right now. The rallying cry of this channel. Let's not worry about that right now. Okay, so when a card drag ends, let's just move the card back. We'll just say dragged. Drag ended, connect. Oh yeah, we wanted to flag this with a one shot. What is this called? Flags, int. Can I say, what are these flags called? Object.connect flags. So we want object.connect flags.connect one shot. I like that. Connect flags. Connect one shot. Okay, so when a card drag is ended, all we're going to do is just move the card back. And that'll just be the beginning. And then what we'll do is we'll modify this so that the input manager can be notified of situations in which we will do otherwise. And then somewhere, not somewhere, but somehow we will store those card movements. So I guess we are going to store inputs, but we're going to store inputs in like, in terms of how the cards move around. which is going to be a little tough because that means we also need to store actions. So maybe we do want to store them all as inputs instead of outcomes, because we're tracking both cards being played as well as the character like selecting their unit and like doing something with it, which doesn't involve a card necessarily. But yeah, let's do this and let's see if this works. Let's do this and see if it works. So we'll just do this. It's back. Okay. Oh, it's back and it returns in its offset state. And then once I move my cursor, it's interesting that it waits for my cursor to move. Do that. I think we can fix that. Just being a little more precise in the player hand code here. Handle card dragged. Set card position offset card offset vector 2I card. Probably do it in a range anytime we do that. I forgot what this value was. 32. Okay. Okay, when we do a card drag, what we will do is we will set card position offset to 0. That should allow the card to return to its initial state. Hey, Rikia, how's it going? It's good. It's good. We're having a good day. Happy Friday. It's a holiday here, so I didn't have to work today. We're just game deving it up. How are you doing? Happy Friday. Yeah, okay, so we got card. The card position offset on hover is very sweet. Very sexy. That has allowed us to lower the whole hand down, because now you don't need to, like, scrutinize it as much. And then now if I grab it and drop it, it doesn't return. Doesn't do what I expect it to do. Okay. Oh, it has something to do with my cursor movement. That's fine. It seems to only behave weirdly if I don't move my cursor after I drop, but I think it's fine. That's fine. Is this even needed, though, then? Is my question. You're good? You only worked 4 days a week, so you didn't work today anyways. Ooh, that's nice. That sounds nice. Yeah, so maybe I don't even need that code I wrote just now. I don't know. Turns out, seems like the answer is no. Because it's getting unhovered immediately anyway as soon as it's being registered, so that is fine. We'll just get rid of that. Okay, cool. This is good. Is this going on Steam when it's done? Yes. I'm hoping to have a Steam demo up by the end of the year. That is our goal. We've reorganized a lot of stuff, which is why it's kind of looking like we're just taking a bit of a step back here, but this is going to be good. I don't mind this. Sometimes it's like this, based on whether you're moving the cursor. Weird how it waits for that. I don't know why it's tied to that, but that's almost never going to be a problem. And I think it's actually okay for it to do that. I don't mind. I'm going to move with that. All right, great. So we've looped card behavior through the input manager, which is excellent because the input manager is accessible from anywhere. So now what we can do is we can signal up to the input manager when the state has changed, such that we want to have some different outcome other than the card returning to the hand. And that is what is going to allow us to do sick things like you can play the card directly onto a character, and you can do it either onto their token on the map or onto their UI element on the roster. And the game is not going to care, really. And it's all going to be tied up to signals. It's going to be all tied up with signals. It's going to be nice. Could also nudge the cursor by 1 pixel. Yeah, I don't care enough, but you're going to tell people about it. You might gift it some friends when it's done. I really appreciate that, Rikia. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping to have people be able to play it publicly, hopefully by like late September. There was something in October that I wanted to do with it, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, the IGF submission deadline is in October, and I kind of want to submit it, even though it's going to be in a pretty early state. What we're going to do is we're going to try to do a very vertical slice in terms of I want the game to be fully playable, like you can play it from the beginning to the end. And the only real question is, so it'll be a thin, narrow slice from the beginning to the end that you can fully experience as I intended, hopefully. And then all we're going to do the rest of the time is go wide, add content, add heroes, add spells, add equipment, add scripted encounters, like encounters with dialogue and like quests and stuff like that. I'm going to try to do that. So since we're actually rebuilding the project in this mode, I'm going to start building it up in the order in which the player would experience it. Even if some of it doesn't make any sense to include right now. Like, I think I'm going to start with the character select screen, even though you can't actually select your characters right now because there's just only 4. I do want to hint at people about the scale that's intended, the scope that's intended. And I think the best way to do that is to have a character select screen where like 3/4 of the characters are like grayed out or hidden. Like it's all character portraits. You got to show the lock. That's a obscure game dev phrase. Not that obscure, but you know, to a normie it would be confusing. But you want to show people the lock before you necessarily show them the key. Well, is that showing them the lock? Yeah, that's showing them the lock before you show them the key. People need to know what they can achieve. They need to know what's out there, what's possible. LSG, you can't wait to start going wide with the sub game. You're close. You're starting to feel the systems burnout. Could be worse. You could do systems burnout stuff for like 2 years instead of, 2 months. So this is our backup. So now we need to add intervening cases. So for one thing, we need to add a button to the character sheet. Well, let's start with the roster. The roster tab has a button, so let's start with that. Already has one. Actually, it is a button. Less so has, more so is. Hey, Magoo. How's it going? Happy Friday. Good to see you. All right, so what we want to do is we want to hook up some signals. Why does this have a setup function? Just do this all in a ready function, couldn't I? Yeah, I could, couldn't I? I would just need to set the res. We don't know this. All we know is this. This is a roster tab, not a party roster tab. Is there a distinction? There's a distinction in the scene, but not in the script. Okay. All right, so what we need to do is we need to say input manager. No, we need to signal. Signal. Could be button down. Rather terrible. Oh, I'm sorry, Magoo. Real hot. Oh yeah, Europe has been burning up. So is the East Coast. I feel bad mentioning that it's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit in here all day, every day. By in, I mean San Francisco. Let's do mouse entered. Let's do mouse entered. Although you arguably have a mouse entered. Yeah, we can't actually do it there, can we? How are we getting that around that elsewhere? Call it like cursor hovered or something. Try to get away from the specificity of it being a mouse. What are we doing here? Card click, card drag. Sure. Card hovered. kind of want to do it. I kind of want to do a button down. Do I want to do it two ways? We could have one process that handles the click to select and then click to confirm. And we could have another process that handles drag, which is like click, hold, and then lift to like commit. I guess those are actually kind of similar in a way. You can have the card clicked and the card dragged follow the same process for that, actually. That might actually work. Yeah, maybe I do want to do button down, not mouse entered. I still can't call it button down, but I can call it pressed. Well, I can't really call it pressed, can I? Unless I set button down to be the button press mode, which I don't really want. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to call this tab button down. So now we can say ready. We'll say input manager dot. No, we say tab. Actually, we don't need to. Say tab button down dot connect input manager dot on tab button down. We could bind ourselves to it. Doesn't really matter though, does it? So we'll say on button down. Let's say tab button down dot emit. Don't really need to do this here. We can just bind it, can't we? Say dot bind self. Actually, do you bind it to this, right? Like this. Yeah. And we don't need to actually specify anything. That might work. And then in the input manager, we have on tab, button down, tab, roster tab, void. And then what we want to do Okay, so now we have a couple signals doing the work for us. One tells us when we've got a drag, a card drag. The other one tells us when a drag ends. Another one tells us when we've got a button down. We could do another one where we do a tab button up. But that's really not going to be for the drag ended. That'd be for the card clicked. That would be how we'd handle the card clicked path, not the card dragged path. Card dragged path, what we want to do is we want to keep track of the tab button. Oh, here's the problem with tracking it with tab button down. Here's why we want to do it with maybe mouse centered or focus centered. Is because we actually want to disconnect this association. And if we only do tab button down, unless we also track something else, we won't get what we want. So we can't do it that way. But we could say on tab mouse entered. We'll also do a focus entered version of this so that we can handle it without necessarily doing mouse stuff, but tab mouse entered dot connect. Oops, tab mouse entered. We also need to do the opposite. We need to do an exited. Signal, tab, mouse, exited. I really love Godot's signaling process. Like signaling flow. I really don't like everyone running some check per frame and then needing to question some kind of state or something to know what it should do on a given frame if something has happened and have to check all these edge cases and stuff. It's so much nicer to encapsulate that stuff behind signals. You could say, oh, well, Dave, you could do something like that where you could like have some kind of state and then so stuff like early outs. They early out from their process function given a certain state, or like you disable the whole node. And it's like, yeah, you could do that. I say this, we're still going to have some stuff that needs to monitor in the process function, but that's almost, I would like for it to be almost purely like little aesthetic, like quality of life, like stuff in terms of like showing where the cursor is on the battle map or something like that. And we can actually constrain that with mouse entered. We can do what I said, where we can like early out from the process function or whatever. We don't have to, but we could. So we'll get rid of this. We will hook these signals up. For turn-based UI-driven games, signals events are goated. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you're making a real-time game, that's true. You're in a very different situation. Very true, Rhiannon. I'm worried about Sapphire. I don't think we've seen Sapphire today. I worry for their stream streak. I don't see evidence of a flyby. All right, so we got our tab hooked up. I need to remember that I broke the tab initialization, and we are going to need to fix that. But fixing that is not that bad. I'm going to do that right now while I'm thinking about it. We just need to go to the character sheet. And whenever we create a tab, which should be when we add a card token. Did we not track that? I thought we did. Did we not listen for card tokens? Preview, equip card, preview. Oh, I think it's the party that's doing this. Oh, it's not the character sheet at all. It's the party, right? Party manager. Card token. Card token added. Party roster. So party roster tab. So we don't hit the setup function. All we need to do is say party tab. Also, why are we setting pressed no signal true? That doesn't make a lot of sense in this context. Party tab dot unit res. I'm a little confused. Equals card res as unit card res. Hopefully that just works. Now we go to the input manager. Got on tab mouse entered. We also need tab mouse exited. Tab master tab. Yes. Say variable roster tab. Say roster tab equals tab. And say mouse tab. No, we don't need to though. I don't actually need to know this. All right, so now what we can do is we can do something neat. Although we aren't really going to make this tab very often, but we can do things where we can say like if roster tab then we can say card dragged. Well, we can do some stuff. We can do some stuff. I guess we need to know a little more information than this, because the tab actually doesn't do very much. I actually think we'll need a party roster tab class. Just so that we can distinguish and know what's going on. Let's do that. So here's our roster tab. Let's make a party roster tab. I need to organize my files a little better. I can just say party tab, huh? Is there anything we actually need to do to distinguish these? Possibly not. All I really need to do is go into the party roster tabs. We can also rename this party tab. I just need to turn this into a party tab. Did that break anything? Seemingly not, which is great. Why is there drift? There's some drift happening here. I think I messed up. There's drift on this bottom one. 34. 34. So this one's right. Why is this one wrong? Oh, is only this one wrong? Okay, I thought it was drifting, but I think this one's just offset incorrectly. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Easy. It kind of makes sense that all of the input is getting signaled up to the input manager, because we are using a lot of signals from like control nodes and like node 2Ds and stuff, and someone needs to make sense of it all. I had it all kind of chaotically kind of just working. It kind of was nice, but it was all very error prone. This is a little cleaner. Well, it's a little more work, but it's more likely that we're able to correctly identify the global context of everything. So if roster tab, so if card drag is ended and roster tab, then we want is, we can say if roster tab and roster tab. Well, here we go. Here we go. We can say if roster tab, and we can say, no, we can say if roster tab and roster tab. is a party tab. It's arguable that I don't actually want regular roster tabs to even do this, but this is fine. Love a make it make sense class. It's tough, and it's tough to put it in the scene tree. I think if you have a make it make sense class, it's gotta be like an auto load. It's gotta be something that anyone can access if they need to. It's gotta be someone that's outside of the constrained tree, I think. I don't know. Okay, so if all of this is true, what we can do, we can tell party roster something. I don't know what we're going to tell the party roster, but we can tell it something. Say variable, we can say party manager. Party manager is going to need to register itself. Input manager dot party manager equals us. Other than a player class? Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends. I think it gets muddy when you start talking about the player, because the player of all people should have the global context of the whole game. When you're talking about me, the player, sitting in the chair playing the game. But when you start, if you're talking about the player in terms of, oh, the player controller, and you're talking about the player controller in terms of their avatar in the field, like a submarine, for example, then yeah, the separation of concerns starts to be a thing. And we're definitely impacted by that in this game, because everything has these different aspects. Like a character has this UI existence, this character sheet existence, but it also has a figurine existence, a figure on the board existence. And those two need to be able to reach each other, but they aren't the same thing, right? They're different things at different points in the tree that are worried about different things, but they all point back up towards something bigger, right? And it's just a question of whether that needs to be formal or not. Of course, the whole world turns upside down once you start talking about multiplayer and whatever. Once you start talking about multiplayer, then the centrality of the local player kind of gives way to the centrality of like the server or the simulation or whatever you want to call it. Sometimes it's still the player that's central if it's like a host, if there's like a host player or something, but it's very different. It becomes very different as soon as you start talking about stuff like that. Yeah, I think I'm going to enjoy this input manager. So the problem for us is currently we are only handling this with card tokens. Honestly, we might need to make the party tab as soon as the card is dragged. If we want it to be able to work with the UI like this, although maybe not actually. Oh, in that case, does that mean the roster needs to also listen for this stuff? That might be true. We might actually need the party roster to also play a part in this. I'm back to the situation that I don't love if I do it this way, where you have to switch modes if you can play a character directly onto the roster. Because now, once you've done that, now you're like locked into a token state where you have this like token stuck on your character, on your cursor, and now you need to drop the token in an appropriate spot. I guess that's not that bad. And actually, that makes life a little more straightforward for us. Because then a few different things can listen for that token movement. And we can actually shortcut it a little bit. This is one of those all roads lead to Rome kind of situations. Maybe when your cursor leaves the field, it just puts the token back where it was. I think it'll roll back the whole thing. Or I think the token will stick to your cursor. And so I don't think you'll be able to do anything until you've dropped that card. And if you do something that seems so egregious, then I think we'll just undo the card drop and we'll just return the card to the player hand. Because, yeah, I do say play a hero card to populate your party roster. It would be weird if you had to play it onto the board and you couldn't play it onto the roster. It'd be a little weird. We already have this, so what we need to do is it's signal time. It's signaling time. So we're gonna continue this. The only real question is how we're gonna extend through this, or how we're gonna be clear. Okay, no, I know how we're gonna do this. This isn't that bad. We'll have an on mouse entered here. We'll have an on mouse exited here. Move these up. LSG, so if you dropped a unit directly on a tile, it recruits and places the unit in one go. But if you drop it in the roster, it recruits, then puts you in placement mode to place the unit, basically. That's basically what we're going to probably have to do. Is this going to be called a roster mouse entered? Maybe. Could call it party. Actually, is this bigger than the tab in every case? Or does the tab extend fully over? It might extend fully over. Oh no, it's not fully over, so there's room. So we'll actually hit the roster before we hit the tab, so that's good. That makes it easier. In which case, we might not actually need to do a signal check for that. Or we might not need to do a type check for that. Should I say roster or party? I'll say party. Will the exited signal fire? So if there's a thing, I guess I should just test this. It'll fire, right? Like if you have a bigger area and then you have a smaller area on top of the bigger area, when you cross from the bigger area to the smaller area, the bigger area's exited signal would fire, wouldn't it? Not 100% sure on that. You're pretty sure it would? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would too, but I'm not 100% sure. In which case, I don't know if this signal is actually super useful. I think that's okay, though. I think we can work with it. I see the overlapping series of signals that would tell us exactly what the state is, and I think we'll be all right. Even if that's true, which we could do a quick test, whether that's true or not. Do a quick test by just adding some stuff up here. Just add a control node. We'll move it somewhere, like here. Well, let's center it. We'll center it, and then we'll make it bigger. And we'll recenter it. All right, we're going to call this the outer control. And then we're going to add another control that is... it's child. Inner control. This one will be smaller. Hey, TripAdvisor. the rest of the month to make a voxel game for a game jam. You're opting to use Bevy. Wish you luck. You're probably going to need it. You might. You might. Bevy sounds fun. It's one of the few game engines that I hear Godot people switching to. I guess I need to make a temporary script or something. No, I guess I could just connect these signals to something. Let's connect it here. Sounds good. What's the jam? Is there a theme? The game-like jam? You're very new to game dev? No worries. Aren't we all? No, some people aren't. I'm not particularly new, but feels like it. This one's a Minecraft-like? Okay, that sounds fun. So it's more about demonstrating the technical skill necessary to create a Minecraft-like. That's cool. I know a few people that are making voxel kind of Minecraft likes. It's a good area to work in. Party mouse entered. Connect on party mouse entered. Oops. Well, I probably need to do that first. On tab mouse entered. On tab mouse exited. I might say roster mouse entered now that I think about it. Well, I don't really have a roster. Do I? Oh, I have a unit manager. Okay, that's actually not bad. I might do some refactoring on this class structure to make this a little less crazy, but do this for now. All right, so here's how it works. Let's see how this works. You've been Googling a lot, trying to figure out how people tend to optimize voxels, greedy meshing, and all that stuff. Last game like was a Pac-Man like. Oh, the game like jam. Oh, that sounds neat. I get what that means now, I think. Game like jam. Game like jams. Oh. Oh, they did a rogue one. That's fun. That doesn't seem like the current one. Are they on 8 now? It looks like they did rogue recently. Which is cool. I don't see anything for the current one, actually. Game like 10. Are they on 10 now? Yes, they're on 10. Okay. 10 is Minecraft. I would have liked to have done the rogue one. That would have been fun. This is cool. So they pick a game that's the theme. Oh, it's defined controls and everything. Interesting. This is cool. I'm going to just bring up the window here. This is too small to read, but... Most like the original, best twist on the original. Cool. Completeness, artistry, and sound design. Oh, there's some asset packs associated with it. That's great. Zogo. I don't know what Zogo is anymore. Is that an asset pack as well? Zogo. I mean, that's got to be a Godot fork, right? Godot for iPhone and iPad. Interesting. Huh. Built for touch. I don't understand why this exists. Oh, is it just so you can have native development on Apple stuff? Interesting. Interesting that they're able to offer this. I understand why you have to pay for it, though, because it's like, this is the same as like paying to port Godot. That's cool. Very neat. I know you're using Bevy for it, but it's cool that they offer this as well. That sounds fun. You got 28 days, 6 hours, 35 minutes. You got this. All right. Oh, yeah, we're going to see this. So let's see how this control overlap thing is going. So we're entering the outer one soon, probably. Outer control mouse entered. Where's this oh, okay. Outer control mouse exited, inner control mouse entered. Okay, so it does consider that an exit. Okay, well that's complicates what I want to do here then. It does complicate what I want to do. How do I want to do that then? You got to keep the research going and the Red Bull flowing. Yeah, hell yeah. Luckily, that is a well-studied problem, so your research should be fruitful. Like, how to make a Minecraft game is very well-studied. All right, so here's my conundrum. Get rid of these test things that I made. Or did I already do it? Yeah. So the conundrum here is what I want to do is when you drag the card over the party roster, I want to create the tab. But the thing is, the tab should not be interactable. I could start the tab in a disabled state. That would prevent you from being able to mouse over it. Would it? That's a Google question. Will the mouse entered signal fire on a button that has been disabled in Godot? Yes. Damn it. Change the mouse filter. Handle code in logic. Okay, that's slightly annoying, so I have to think around it. I want to create the roster tab as soon as you're, like, gearing up to play the character. Solo Jam is next weekend? Yeah. I'm not going to do it, but it'll be fun. It'll be a fun time. I'm sad that I'm not going to do it. It's my favorite game jam. All right, what are we going to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to do with this? We could just defer hooking up the signal, except the party roster exited will fire. I guess we can just handle this, maybe. Maybe we can just handle this case. Maybe we don't need to worry about, like, if on-tab mouse entered, maybe that's fine. Hey, No Jewel, thanks for the hydrate. You said mouse to ignore as well as disabling it. Yeah, we could. We could work around it other ways, too. We could just have it be off to start. Oh, what if I... Hold on, I want to redo that test. I want to redo that test while changing the mouse filter to pass. I should probably add a panel so that we can actually see these things. Actually don't know where to do that. Who cares? All right. Outer control mouse entered. Oh, we missed the center. Where's the center? Aha! It didn't do it. It said outer control entered, inner control exited, Outer control exited. You just need to pass the input up. You just need to set the... So it was the mouse filter, but you just need to set the filter to pass. Easy. Easy. I had a suspicion there was a way around this. I couldn't remember what it was. So we just need to set the party tab to be a pass up instead of a stop. I prefer that because then we'll at least know. Then we at least understand the compound effect of both. So roster mouse entered, roster, tab mouse entered, tab. Do I need to nest this a little bit more? I don't think so. I kind of want to. Excuse me. No, this is okay. This is okay. I might rewrite this a little later, but right now I'm not going to add that kind of indirection yet. Well, I guess if I do it, I should do it now. We'll leave it like this for now. I'm not going to mess with it. I could say roster manager. There we go. In fact, this doesn't need to be here. We're going to call super. Actually, yeah, I guess we do. Oh, okay. This isn't working because it's broken. I just need to fix it, and no one will care. Why is this upset with me? Okay. Sometimes you get some weird little cyclical compilation error. You just gotta reload everything. So we'll connect the signals here, which means... Although this is abstract. Actually, this is fine. Will this work? Connect. I don't think this is going to work the way I think it's going to work. I don't think we can connect these down here. Yeah, because it's abstract, we can't actually... We can have the signal declared here, we just can't connect it here. Well, we could do this part, but can't actually derive that. We can do this part, though. And then here, we would say... Set that texture, then we'll say input manager dot party or party manager equals self. And then we can connect this stuff here. I think we can have it done. Okay, no, we've declared it, we have not connected. Centered. Mouse exited. And here we'll just say manager mouse entered dot emit manager mouse exited dot emit. Now if we go back to the input manager, now these are hooked up. So when this triggers, we can say roster manager equals manager. I'm doing this a little generically so that the opposition manager can do this the same way. For the cases where that makes sense. Okay, so that's... Hold on. Mouse entered is already connected to given callable control party member on mouse entered in that object. What does this mean? What does that mean? Load this scene twice. Okay, well, it didn't happen again. See if it errors. Debugger. Errors. Signal mouse entered is already connected to given callable control party manager on mouse entered in that object. Ooh. Okay. Am I like trying to connect it in the ready function again or something? What's happening? Super. I don't understand what's causing this. We're just going to disconnect the signal. Oh, I can't. Why can't I disconnect this signal? What the hell weird state have we entered? Do I need to name it something else? Are we in this weird... It's fine here. Is this because I'm just connecting to myself or something? No, that's what the party tab is doing too. It doesn't have a problem with this. Well, I'm just going to try to reload the scene. This is super weird. It's connected already in a way that I cannot disconnect. Manager mouse exited dot emit. Yeah. This is like your parent. Signal. This is connected. Manager mouse entered. Master manager mouse entered dot bind. I don't quite understand what has occurred here. We're just gonna reopen the project. It's probably gonna give me the warning again. Mouse entered is already connected to given callable party manager. On mouse entered in that object. Okay. What does it mean for a signal thing here to be... Is it just because it's... I literally can't disconnect this signal. And I don't understand. Let's just get rid of the script part of it and see what happens. I've pissed it off in a way that is not intuitive. Okay, so now I've removed the script that this is tied to. Okay, now I can disconnect it. Run that again. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Oh, you know what? Maybe I connected it not in the scene. Maybe I connected it twice. Maybe I connected it in its scene and in the scene that it's instantiated in or something. I might have done that. I might have done that on accident. We'll see if that matters. I have not seen that problem before. It's weird. Okay, now if I look at the signal, it's not in that weird state anymore. That must be what I did. Okay, here it can't be disconnected. But no error, so that's good. Yeah, I think that's what I did. I think I connected it once in its scene, and then I tried to connect it again for the instantiated scene. And I think it got upset. Because yeah, I see why this can't be disconnected, because it's connected. It's connected in its underlying scene. That's neat. Okay. Okay, but now we have the manager mouse emit thing. So now we can see when the mouse appears over the roster, and we can see when the mouse appears over the tab, which is good. And so now the input manager can understand that compound situation. And so the manager is collecting context through these signals that are getting emitted, so that when a card drops, it's like, okay, the card just dropped. Where did it drop? And it doesn't need to like check the position of the card and compare it to shit. All it does is it's like, okay, who signaled to me that they've got the input right now? Okay, well, that's where the card is. So we'll drop it. And that should be good. That should be sufficient. Let's see if we can get that going here. Go to our input manager. So here we've got if roster tab and roster tab is party tab. So if we have the tab, we don't need to worry about the manager part. Else we can say elif roster manager, and roster manager is party manager. We can do that instead, in case you didn't make it all the way to the tab and you just dropped it on the party thing. We'll probably do the same thing here, probably. So this thing is building a context. We could formalize this context with like a state enum or something, or flag or whatever, if we need other people to know about it. But for now, we don't, because this is really just helping us to interpret what a card drop, what should happen on a card drop. Say else. Actually, we're not going to say else. We'll return from these. I think. So if roster tab and roster tab is party tab. Actually, if we're on the wrong tab, this should still work, huh? Depending. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we're in through this. Let's not listen to the tab for the moment. We'll just forget about this. So if we manage to make it over the roster, what we want to do is we want to say if card dragged is a hero card or is a unit card. Oh no, if it's a party manager, we know it's a hero card. In fact, we shouldn't care at all about the roster tab thing. I'm going to move it down. Unless it's an equipment card, we really don't care. So if the card dragged is a hero card, all right, now we need to look at the manager because we need to see how that handles these. So card token added has us do this. kind of want to rename all this character stuff hero or something. Or adventurer or something. I don't know. Adventurer is too long. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so how do we hook this into the normal process here? Because our whole process is based on the idea that you are doing this by playing stuff directly to the board. And now we're having parallel paths. So it's like you can play stuff directly to the board, or you can play stuff just onto the UI and not worry about the board. And then you enter this board state where you're like, you need to commit this thing. I think I use the character term because I call these character sheets. That's fine. It's fine. That can be a helpful generalization later. Because I actually think you do want to see character sheets for like enemies. Because I think that's going to be another way to make enemies interesting, is to give them like equipment and abilities. The only difference between like the enemy roster and the player roster is like the enemy roster is like not going to change during combat unless reinforcements arrive. But like their gear I don't think is going to change really, unless someone has an ability that's like summon a hex blade or whatever, which I think would kind of maybe break some of my concept of equipment. That would kind of be a shitty ability. All right, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this just by interacting with the UI. So maybe we don't care as much about the card token thing. The card token, all it does is gives us access to the resource, which is useful. What is party members? Is that just a dictionary of sheets? Okay, I'm going to rename that then. I like party members. That's neat, but I want to be more explicit about what we're talking about here. Oh shit, party sheets is already a thing. That's why. That's why it has a different name. Okay, fair enough. I could call it party sheet by name. How do you not know about your tabs? Oh, are you down here? Roster tabs, packed scene, roster tabs, dictionary. I'm gonna rename this too. probably have a sheet then as well. I'm going to need to move some of that down. I'm not going to do it now, though. Push some behavior down to the parent class later. Okay, roster manager, and roster manager is a party manager. If card dragged is a hero card res. I just want to be able to say roster manager dot add hero card dragged as hero or something. Oh, it's a card, right? As card hero. Roster manager dot add hero card. And how are we going to undo this? If you like change your mind about playing it. Because that's the thing we're trying to figure out with this higher level thing here. I guess we'll need to track transactions. Right. Transactions. Should this just be an array? Probably. There needs to be some kind of, I guess we need a transaction thing. That's not a word that's used for anything, is it? No, it's not. All right, time to track transactions. Let's make a script. Godot is really easy at doing like command pattern stuff because everything is a class. So let's make like a ref counted. Let's make a ref counted script called transaction. Just so that the transaction is guaranteed to stick around until no one references it anymore, at which point we just don't care about it anymore. So you could see us flushing the transaction list every time we end a turn. Because it doesn't make sense to undo. Some games will let you do a thing where it'll be like, take me all the way back to the beginning of the last turn, but like, I'm not gonna let you do that. I think I'm gonna let you freely undo redo within a given turn. Like you can basically just change the index in the transaction list and it will just undo redo whatever things have occurred. And then we can have two different functions too. We can have like preview transaction and then like commit transactions. So that any transaction made during a scene, a turn is like considered a preview of what would happen if that transaction was actually committed. You could also just call it add transaction or something, or execute transaction. Something like that. That's how we're going to do this. So we're going to make a transaction that's a ref counted. Does it need to have a name? It should have a class name, actually. It's kind of cool, because then we can actually... It'll be pretty easy to save the game state, then. Or replay the game state. This should provide us also with a path toward, like, a replay or something, if we needed to track what was actually happening. These aren't nodes, so I'm not going to bother giving this an icon. Although, would it then have a cool, slick little icon in here? I guess it would. I don't really want it to. So what is a reference? What does a transaction need to know? It needs to know if a card was involved. So do I want different kinds of transactions? Probably. How explicit do I want this distinction to be made? To be like, do I want how crazy do I want this nesting? What does every transaction need to know? I can't think of anything. Maybe I'll make the specific. I'm thinking about having separate card transactions from like a character transaction or a unit transaction or whatever you want to call it. Like a board transaction where like you made a move or you made an action, you took an action. All of that, I could call those like unit transactions versus card transactions. And that's neat because then you could make some distinctions. So like if you play a hero card and then place the hero card and then you don't like where you placed the card, you could roll back the placement without undoing the card play. The unit transaction or whatever. I think I want to rename unit to character or something. And then I can distinguish. We can have a hierarchy where we distinguish between NPCs and player characters. I think this makes sense. So we have our transaction. And we can create an inheritor of the transaction. What do I call that? I'm thinking of edge cases, which are kind of annoying to think about. Like, we were considering giving the knight an ability called like a knight's move, where it's like it can jump to specific tiles like a knight would as an action. And that's neat. But then it's like you can't distinguish between a movement transaction and an action. I think I'll just distinguish between card actions and character actions, maybe. I think that's all I really care about distinguishing. I think I'm going to call one transaction card played, and the other one I think I'm going to call it a character action. I could also call it a character change, maybe. No, character action. And then an action would include movement, I think. And then that's just like an ambiguity of term that I'll just have to live with. And I think I can. I think I can live with it. Talking like I'm Cisco at the end of the Pale Moonlight. So that's what that. In the Pale Moonlight, that's right. I can live with it. I can live with it. I can live with it. Probably the single greatest episode of all of Star Trek. Maybe not. I don't know. People really like the Inner Light. Everyone's always talking about the Inner Light. And I like the Inner Light. Don't get me wrong. Everyone likes the Inner Light. But man, In the Pale Moonlight is so good. Card played and character action, I think, are going to be our two transaction types to start. And that way we can have one transaction list with two very different kinds of transactions. We can say card. So we can say card, card. We can have variable container from, or we could say origin or something, or we could say source. We could say variable, we could say card source, and that's a card container. Actually, we can also say variable card destination. I am in my 3-letter abbreviation phase. You can tell. Okay, so a card played really just needs to know what's the card, what was its destination, and what was its source. And I think that's going to be sufficient. I think I will just let the sources and the destinations, I think I will define what the particular behavior playing or unplaying a card should be. We're not going to go full-blown, because you can do two things when you do a command pattern like this. You could put all of the functionality on this, and then so a transaction would know how to resolve itself depending on its context. Or you don't do any of that and you put the behavior on the things it's interacting with. And I think that is better for us. We'll just need like an undo versions of a number of functions, and I think that's okay. Okay. So card played needs to know about the card, it needs to know about the destination and the source. The character action is gonna be a little harder to track. Or there's a bit more involved in a character action. Bit more involved. Let's burn that particular bridge a little bit later. Also, what did I do here? Did I make this script name? Yeah, I changed the script name. should be like caps. What is wrong with me? What in the camel case is going on here? Oh, that was also the wrong one, wasn't it? Oh, did I do it for both of these? I did. I did it for both of these. Oopsies. Okay, so I'm going to just have the input manager handle this because the input manager is an auto load. It's like the safest place to store this, I think. Although the game manager could, realistically, game manager could do this. This is going to be an array of transactions. Card is a type of hero card. Ah, I see. Let's say variable card res, base card res at minimum, in its card dragged dot card data. We can say if card res is a hero card res, we could say roster manager. I wonder if I want to actually distinguish this hard between hero cards versus other cards. And I wonder if I actually care. Well, I guess in this case I do care. But we could still apply. We could still just say add character card. We could maybe make that, we could maybe tie that down to the more base level functionality, because we are going to add characters to the opposition roster. That's going to happen. It's not going to happen through the input manager, but it will happen. So it would be nice if there's just a unified way of adding a character. The only question is what happens to the cards. No, we're gonna do it this way because yeah, we could say add character. Say yeah, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Let's not go crazy. Let's not go too crazy right now. So this should move it itself, and then all we really need to do is say card dragged equals null, and then we can say return. That way we don't hit this. We don't try to move it back to the hand. That's like a fallback. I mean, we could do this in an else, but I kind of don't want it to be an else because then it doesn't capture. If we fall out of an inner conditional, the else won't capture it. So no reason to do that. Better do this, I think. Okay, you don't have an add hero card function, so I guess that's what I gotta do next. Maybe we can just say add party member or something like that. Oh no, we want to say add hero card because add hero card can be interpreted a number of ways. It could be, oh, this character isn't in the party, so we need to make this character. It could also mean, oh, we're throwing a card on top of a character that is in the party. Those are very different behaviors. It's a long stream. It's nice. Okay, so now we have to work around this whole card token process, which I don't think is how we're going to do it anymore. So let's find where this should be. So we'll say maybe we'll call it play hero card instead of add, because then we can unplay it. We could also just say remove hero card, but I like play and unplay. I like the imagery of the rollback in my mind. Maybe that's what we'll call it. We'll say play hero card. The undo function for this is going to be massive. I guess it's not going to be that massive. It'll be move the index of the transactions array back one. And then if you play a card and the transaction index is not at the top, we just like trim the transaction array. This isn't that bad. We'll say transaction IDX is an int, so we can keep track of where we are. This actually would sort above transactions if we did this alphabetically. Oh, so I guess what we would do is we would say roster manager dot play hero card, and we would say transactions. Well, here, I guess we would need to know. We would say if transaction IDX is less than do I want to know what the next IDX is or the current? I guess we'll know what the current one is. So if it's less than the size of the transactions list, -1. 1, 2, 3, then we know that we're in the past. I guess we don't know how far in the past we are. I guess we aren't necessarily in the past, because if the size is 1 and we're at 0... Oh, no, but I did this -1 thing here. So if the size is 0, then 0 is expected. Is this guaranteed to be 0? It should be. Yeah, it's whatever the default value for int is, and it should be 0. So this will be the only case for now, so we'll just handle this. What we'll do is we'll say transactions. We'll say variable new transaction is a card played transaction. New. Say new transaction dot card equals card dragged. New transaction dot card destination is the roster manager. Is it though? Is it the roster manager? The roster manager is not a card container. That's actually a problem. Hey Arneo, you dreamt you were playing cards in a friend's house late at night. Not like an RPG, but you can't really parse what game we were playing. Well, that still sounds nice. Okay, slight problem. Slight problem. TripAdvisor, no matter how much caffeine you ingest, you still get very tired randomly throughout the day. Yeah, it's because caffeine doesn't actually make you not tired. It just blocks the receptors that tell you you're tired. So caffeine doesn't actually make you not tired. It just cloaks it. And that cloak is only so effective. Everyone has very individual reactions to caffeine, I think, too. But I feel that. Getting a little weary myself. All right, well, here's a problem. So if a card was played, the card was played onto the party manager. That's just it. That's just how it is. Currently. That's the only destination for one of these cards. In the same way, the only source for a card is the hand. Currently. So I can actually get rid of these. If we need a more complex situation, we can figure that out later. So we'll just make a new transaction. We'll tie this card to the transaction. Because it's not sufficient to just move the card around. You actually have to go through the process. It's all right. That should be fine. Else. Oh, let's not do it with the else yet. We need to say transactions. Oh, wait. If it's this, we can do this. If the index is less than this, then we have a problem. But I haven't added undo yet, so we'll add that. You can say else. Print error. Print warning. Push. Warning. Push error. We'll do this for now. We'll add a to-do. To-do, add support for transaction, undo, redo. All right, take it easy, LSG. Are you working on gameplay soon? Right now? So rude. So rude, no Joel. Why would you say something like that? No, we're taking a slightly, we had to take a step back to figure out how we would handle the characters, the player's input in a way that would work for a turn-based card game. That's what we're doing. So we've introduced like an input manager, autoloader, who is handling a lot of this stuff. No, I'm just kidding. We're having to figure this stuff out a little bit. Okay, so we have a transaction. Let's do the thing and then register the transaction, I guess. So we say play hero card. And we can say unplay. I might say hero card play. Hero card played. Unplayed. I don't know. We'll just say play. Play hero card. No, take it easy, no Joel. No, I realized we needed to do all of this with an actual proper like command pattern transaction system thing. Both for the card plays and for the character actions. So we're working on that stuff. So we're taking a moment to sort that stuff out. Funk. Play, hero, card, card, card. So then theoretically we should be able to unplay a hero card as well. I think that's the only realistic way we're going to go through this process is if we handle this stuff as we go. I need to figure out where I'm going to put the hero card button. I'm thinking right next to the end turn button. I'm thinking right next to the end turn button here. We have some space here. We don't have space over there. Whoa. Why didn't we draw a new hand? That's new. Deck manager. End turn button. Turn manager. Turn manager. End turn. Next turn. Dot emit. Deck manager on next turn. On next turn. Discard. If not cards dot is empty, for one thing. Oh, no. If cards dot is empty. Move all two. And then deal. Deal. If number of cards is less than 0. Why was this the outcome? An end turn button pressed. Next turn dot emit. Turn manager. Hold on. Why didn't that work? Oh, you know what? We're not awaiting. I think that's the problem. We need to await discard. And then I think we also need to await deal. Before we give control back. I think we need to do that here too. I don't know if we can await a function here. I think we can await this though. I don't know if that's going to work the way I think it does. Okay. Didn't do jack shit. Well, I know discard is working. If cards dot is... Oh, discard. No, yeah, I'm not passing anything, so this array is empty. Print. Yo. Yo. Okay. Why isn't deal working? Print. Yo. It claims to be doing something. I'll look at the player hand. Player hand, do you have any cards? Do you have any cards right now? It says it has cards. Why can I no see? Why can I no see my cards? Why are my cards invisible all of a sudden? Oh, that's the discard pile. Hand. No, it says there are cards here. Oh, no, there are cards here. The cards are in my discard, but they're still registered to the hand. That's not good. We did something. We did something again that's like shadowing some kind of important function. Something about what we're doing with the hand here when we do a disconnect card signals. Super card. No card draft. Damn it, what are we doing? Cards aren't being moved. Or is this the wrong way to handle a card discard? Discard pile dot move all to. Draw pile. Draw pile. Deal to. Player hand. Discard pile. Move all to. Let's do this first. Let's say card dot move config dot new 0. We'll do it instantly and see if that makes a difference. Nope. Totally does not. These cards are still considered part of the hand for some reason. Cards aren't actually leaving the hand, which makes me think we're doing something with this. We're going to disconnect some signals here. And by that, I mean we're going to hide this stuff. Let's see if that's what's causing the problem. It's unfortunate if it is. Nope. Okay, that's semi-good. The rest of this. Okay, that doesn't seem to be the problem. Do you have... Here. Discard hand. This might be shadowing a function. No. It's one of the more annoying things. Maybe now I need to say await discard hand. Okay, I think this stuff's all fine. Here's what's happening. I think when we get here to number of cards, I just want to print in hand. Print in hand. The system, I think, for some reason, the cards are being moved to the discard pile. But they're, for some reason, not registering as leaving the hand. Yeah, so it still reads 6 cards in hand, even though those cards are here. So we are doing something, and I suspect the something that we're doing has something to do... has something to do with signals. Disconnect card signals. Yeah, this super should be doing it for us. Super, disconnect card signals. Well, no, maybe it's not the signals that's the disconnect. Something is not happening when we try to unregister the card. Like if I add handle card removed, print card. Int. Yeah, handle card removed. The card is not being removed. Why? Why not? Why not? There's something I'm doing somewhere. I'm just going to reload the scene. Sometimes that works. Probably not in this case, but sometimes that works.
Before I get too black out or brown out or one of the browns.
I love this song.
Whatever. Love you, kid. Bye.
Actually, I do love this song. I hate the intro. Seems like the only decent thing we did today was this simple offset for card hover. Seems like everything else we did today is good, but is not helping us at all yet. Wonder if I should have this like scale up on hover for the preview thing. Be neat. There's something wrong with this hand. Card removed. I don't think I'm interfering, but we're not removing the card somehow. And I feel like Godot would tell me if I'm shadowing something, but it hasn't always before. But it should. Is it possible that the deck is not... No, the deck is definitely... Here. Let's look at... This is always what ends up happening. Okay, so player hand. Here are our cards. You can see card 5, 3, 0, 15, 14, and 16. Here are our cards. I'm going to hit end turn. Cards are no longer in the hand. They're in their relevant discard pile, which is here. You can see they've been moved. Do these have an opinion about where they are? Do they know their container? I don't think they know their container. It'd be interesting if they did, but I don't think they do. Which is fair, that would be confusing. Yeah, no, that's about right. Okay. So yeah, the registration is being interrupted, or the deregistration more specifically is being interrupted for some reason. Focus entered callables. These are the cards, aren't they? Yes. So something that I'm doing is preventing the deregistration, and I don't know what it is. I would expect it's this. I would expect it's this connect-disconnect thing. I would expect it's that. But the thing is, maybe I need to reload the scene after doing that, after disconnecting that. We're going to look again. We're going to go down here. Here are our cards. I'm going to hit end turn. They're there. Player still thinks that they belong to it. The hand does. So yeah, somehow I've interrupted the card deregistration process. Somehow. I'd love to know how. It's the chief frustration about this plugin. It's possible to absolutely just mangle it. And in a way that's really hard to tell what you've done. Go back to the deck manager. Discard. Await. Player hand dot move all two. What if we don't want to wait? Doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, it's not busted for the preview hand. Preview hand is just fine. Player hand is completely mangled. I guess I have to go through the code and see what I've done. I do want to wait. How do you know about the discard pile? Oh, because you're a peer. So what have I done? What have I done? Let's look in here. So a card hand is a card container. So where's move all to? Because that's the function we call. I guess I need to go all the way into card container. So there's handle card added, handle card removed. These are both fine to overwrite. Maybe there's like a signal that I'm overwriting. Maybe card dropped is a signal that's important. Card added, card removed. Meh. Container empty, container full. What we want to do is we want to find move all to. Whoa, buddy. Control F, there we go. Move all to. Moves all cards to the target. Returns how many were moved. Target container, config, move config. Return await, move cards to. Cards.duplicate, target contain. Okay, move cards to. Weird that there's a duplicate there. That's fine. Return moved. Card.move to. So it sounds like the card itself handles the registration. So I don't see anything in the container that really handles this for us. We hunting a bug? Seemingly I've done something to piss off the plugin. When I discard cards from my hand, they aren't actually being successfully deregistered, unregistered, whatever. Moves this card into a card container. Handles reparenting, registration, and animation in one call. Reparent to. So this is occurring. Target.register card. This may or may not be occurring. Apply move. Clean position. Finished. Connect. Move. Completed. Reparent to. Register card. Cards.append. Cards.insert. So who cleans up the card from where it was? Unregistered card. So where does this get handled? On child exiting. If not cards.has, return. Press auto remove, return. I don't see that being set. If not node is card, return. Unregister card. On child exiting. Okay, so the child exited signal should be getting... Is this for a card container? Yes. Okay, so for a card container, child exited. Child exit. Something about the internal card array. These are not being cleaned up. Suppress auto remove can't be on. There's nothing I'm doing. I could be interfering with some connection signals, some signal connection stuff. Somehow. I don't know how, but something is preventing this from happening. Triggered by signal child exiting tree. Okay. Yeah. So this is connected on ready. I don't... This is again the card container, right? Yeah. Oh shit. Did I put a ready function on the player hand? Yes, I did. Dave is so dumb. Dave is the most dumb. Super. Okay. The hubris. The hubris of calling ready without calling super. All right. Well, we found that. But yeah, I want to put an undo button here. Just literally all I wanted to describe was an undo button here. Although I guess that does suggest that I would want a redo button. So maybe I need a redo button and an undo button. I guess I could put a redo button here. What is super? So player hand is a card hand, and a card hand is a card container. So there's like a class hierarchy. And the problem is when you overwrite a function, so like I know ready is probably a function in one of the classes that I extend from. When you overwrite this, it only calls this version of it unless you say super, in which case it then calls the parent class's version of this function as well. And so I was not doing that, so the card container was not initializing properly. Ugh. Big ugh. Man, we've been going for 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. I might need to wrap up soon. That took a lot out of me. That bug hunt took a lot out of me. But yeah, I do the same thing here with the connect card signals. I have to call super because I'm using this, but so is my parent, right? So is the parent class card hand or card container or whatever. There's times where you wouldn't want to do super. Like if it's exclusive, if you're like, I want to do my version. So like I have an example of that, which is my card resources. So like there's the base card resource, which has this function called parse data, which it needs to have. Technically it's abstract, so I could just have this also be an abstract function. But the reason I don't just... So I could approach this a number of ways, because like a bunch of classes inherit from the base card res, and this is all the stuff that you need to load your card data. So like the hero version has one of these too. So where's like a hero card or whatever. Here it is. So like if you look at hero card, their parse data function has all the stuff from the initial one plus all this extra stuff. And it's like, yeah, I could just do the extra stuff and then call super, but that doesn't really work in this case because we're loading a resource. So it's one of those things where it's like this function you want to occur exactly once. And so you just let whichever the furthest down child of this class chain handle all of it. But not everything is like that, especially the ready function. So that's on me. That's on me for overwriting the ready function and not calling super. That's fine. What were we even doing? What were we even doing? I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. Yeah, I think I want to craft a little undo redo button. What's going on here? Error calling from signal drag ended to callable input manager on card drag ended method expected 0 arguments but called with 1. Where's this? Drag ended dot emit on button up card. Oh, am I doing something stupid? Card drag ended dot connect. On card drag ended. Where's on card drag ended? Oh. Card. Actually. Well, this is awkward. I guess that's fine. Whoa. There we go. All right. I think we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up soon here. I need to get rid of all these print statements that I just sprinkled about literally everywhere. We're doing all right though. I think this rethink of the architecture is very good, and I think it will be very useful to us in the long run, but the upfront cost is pretty high. The upfront cost has been pretty high to get this set up. which is frustrating. But that's okay. I think I'm going to call it for today. I know it's a holiday for a lot of people, and kind of probably why it's been a quiet one. I will be streaming tomorrow, even though tomorrow is the actual holiday here. I don't have anything to do, so I'm just going to stream anyway. Maybe we'll do another long one. I want to do a double today, but I'm not really feeling up to do another hour and a half. So maybe we'll do a long one tomorrow as well. Maybe we'll do a 4+ hour stream. Are you going to have to try and sleep again? I mean, someday. And if not now, when? But I feel good about our direction. I do feel very good about our direction. I think it's going to be nice to be able to have the flexibility to play cards onto the UI, or play cards onto the board, or do both. We're racking up some errors here. Transaction index desynced. Huh? Why is that triggering every time? It no longer turns into a little square. We've just disconnected it. It will. It's just not connected right now, because we redid the whole scene hierarchy. Alright, why is this saying if card res is a hero card, if roster manager and... Whoa, what? If roster manager and roster manager is party manager. Oh, are we not cleaning this up? Ah. Null. In fact, we shouldn't be getting these at all. Hey, LSG, you came back just in time for what I think is going to be the end here. We spent most of the time that you were away hunting on a bug. And we've been going for 4.5 hours, which is pretty long for me. So I think we might wrap it up here. I'll probably keep working after a break. I need a break. But I'll probably keep working for a few more hours. But I think we're in a good place to handle stuff pretty generally. I feel like I don't need to add support for playing cards directly onto the UI, but I kind of just want to. If we have an easy... I actually don't like this. Why are you like this? What if I fix that before we... We could do a thing where I think we could restore the state of the card before. Handle card dragged. Card dragged.emit. I think we could do a thing where we set up, where we use another hook to restore the initial card state. Solid stream. Yeah, that didn't do anything. I think I'll fiddle with this problem for a little while. But yeah, appreciate everyone for hanging out here today. I know it's a holiday for a lot of people. I will be on tomorrow. We will have our Saturday stream. It might be another long one. We'll see. I don't see why it wouldn't be. So, yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And maybe I'll see you next time. If not, have a nice holiday weekend. Bye.
Maximum warp.